Uh, It's going to be a good day. Okay, I'd like to welcome everybody to the Education Funding Committee. Today we have 4 bills which we are dealing with, this is the exacting, 4 bills which we're exacting, and then on the top side here we have several bills which we've got to address. The first one being 1776. And this bill requires higher educational institutions to report the reception of foreign grants, donations, and contracts to the Department of Education and General Court. Before I get into this bill, I want to introduce the people that are standing in for others on the committee today. And looking around the table, I see Representative Muriel Hall, who is here, and Representative Megan Murphy, who is here also for us. And on this side, I see a lot of empty chairs, so I don't see anybody that's new to our committee. So with that, I'd like to go ahead with 1776. The prime sponsor is Representative Sweeney. I don't believe he's here, so Representative Kofalt has said he would like to introduce the bill for Representative Sweeney. And welcome to our committee. Again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Jim Kofalt. I represent Hillsborough County District 32, comprising the towns of Wilton, Temple, and New Ipswich. As the chairman has noted, I'm here on behalf of Representative Joe Sweeney, who was unfortunately delayed due to circumstances beyond his control. I would like to introduce House Bill 1776 relative to transparency and accountability for foreign funding at New Hampshire's colleges and universities. Fundamentally, this bill is about transparency. More importantly, perhaps, it is not about restricting speech. It is not about limiting academic freedom. And very notably, it is not about discouraging or prohibiting international students from coming to New Hampshire. It is about making sure that policymakers and the public understand when large sums of money are flowing into our university system from foreign sources, particularly, and I say university system, into both public and private colleges and universities. And a particular concern here is money flowing in from foreign governments and entities that may not have our country's best interests at heart. Between 2021 and 24, foreign donors contributed tens of billions of dollars to American colleges and universities, and a significant share of that funding came from hostile or adversarial governments. Congress, federal agencies, and bipartisan experts have all warned that this funding could result in undue influence on institutional behavior, that it could potentially lead to the suppression of dissent, it could enable propaganda, and expose sensitive research and intellectual property to foreign adversaries. Federal law already requires that these institutions disclose certain foreign funding. The problem, though, is in enforcement. Those requirements are widely ignored, they're inconsistently followed, and they're poorly monitored. Even some former federal education officials have acknowledged that foreign donations to universities have become a black hole. States have a responsibility to protect their own institutions, students, and taxpayers when federal oversight falls short. House Bill 1776 creates a straightforward, common sense reporting requirement. Any post-secondary institution operating in New Hampshire, whether public or private, must disclose foreign funding or contractual relationships in excess of $50,000. That disclosure would be made quarterly, it would be publicly available, and it would be shared with the governor and legislative leadership overseeing higher education. The bill defines foreign sources clearly and narrowly. It includes foreign governments, foreign corporations, foreign organizations, non-citizens, and their agents. Very importantly, the bill explicitly excludes tuition and related fees paid by students. It does not target international students, and it does not interfere with their ability to study here freely and safely. The enforcement mechanism here is limited and focused. It applies only to willful failure to report. Institutions that follow the law have nothing to fear, and institutions that knowingly conceal large foreign funding streams would be able to fully expect consequences, just as they would in any other regulatory environment. House Bill 1776 does not tell universities what funding they may or may not accept. It does not ban donations. It does not insert the state into curriculum decisions. It simply ensures transparency so that lawmakers and other policymakers can be fully informed when appropriating funds, authorizing research partnerships, or overseeing public institutions. New Hampshire has a strong tradition of openness, accountability, and independence, and House Bill 1776 extends those values into an area where sunlight is long overdue. I respectfully ask the committee to support this bill, and I will try to answer questions, but will likely defer to some of the experts who will be coming and offering testimony after me.
Thank you very much, Representative Kofalt. Are there any questions? Yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very simple question. Could we receive a copy of those remarks?
Yes, I will email a copy of those remarks to the clerk. I believe that they have actually already been entered into online testimony, so you will get them.
Thank you.
I think he was just reading what Representative Sweeney had.
I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
and
Pretty,
so
pretty
that-
much.
But
Yep,
it's
yep.
lengthy and it would be helpful to read it.
Yes, Representative Bricky.
Thank you for taking my question. So my question, and I don't know if you can answer it or not, is how does this differ than the federal law? And how does the reporting, does the reporting differ from the federal law? So I don't know. Can you answer that? I don't know.
I can provide a cursory answer to that, which is that the federal law allows for federal oversight and federal endorsement. This would allow for state oversight. It would specifically require that reports be provided to the governor and the legislature and others. So there are state-specific provisions in here. The enforcement mechanism, moreover, would be a state-specific enforcement mechanism. So it's essentially the safety net that says where the federal government is not enforcing requirements, the state would have the power under this bill to do so.
And I have a follow-up.
Follow-up? Yes.
So can't, blah, blah, blah.
That's a
Sorry.
good question.
It's a little early, I guess. Do the requirements of what gets reported, is that any different from this than the federal requirements?
I'm gonna defer to expert testimony after me.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Do you know that the fiscal note says indeterminable when it comes? I'm assuming, and let me know if I'm right or wrong here, that may be a result of a fine of $10,000 is applied, and it might end going the route of the judiciary and costing attorneys, et cetera. Is that where the cost comes from this?
I don't know, and so I would, again, that would be something that potentially the prime sponsor would be able to answer when he's available.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Representative Fellows?
Thank you. I'm just wondering if you can give me a short answer as to why we would want to do this.
So I think many of us have seen news stories that highlight large-scale funding from foreign sources, including adversaries. So we've heard about the Confucian centers, and again, I think the testimony that will come after me can elaborate on that and the concerns about that to some extent, but that large amounts of foreign funding have the potential to taint research, policy decisions, curriculum decisions, and this would ensure that educational institutions maintain independence from those kinds of influences, or at the very least would report when that funding is present, which would offer transparency.
Representative Bricky?
So all this is just reporting. We couldn't, like, the state couldn't say, sorry, you can't take that money because we don't want you to have money from China or someplace.
Correct.
Okay.
Representative Damon, or Representative Murphy, excuse me. Murray, yeah.
It's okay, no worries. Thank you for taking my question. My question is also related to whether this applies to a singular international student from another entity, or is this just larger?
Again, I'll defer to testimony, but there is an explicit carve out for tuition, so it does not apply to tuition payments. If there were, let's say, a very wealthy person whose son or daughter was attending a university in New Hampshire, and they decided to give a large $1 million donation to the university as a foreign individual, that would presumably apply.
We take it if it's for the hockey program, though. Okay. So, Representative Damon.
Thank you. I'm so sorry this isn't a hockey question. At the risk of sounding naive, why would we not have the same concerns about funding from corporations or entities in the U.S. who might also have adversarial purposes? Why are we differentiating international from national?
I think the focus of the prime sponsor's intention was on some of the concerns that arise from adversarial foreign powers, because that is an issue that has been raised and many of us have been hearing concerns for some time. So I think it's an appropriate question to ask. I know that there's a lot of research money flowing into colleges and universities that are provided by corporations and have strings attached. But that's not that's beyond the scope of this legislation.
Thank you very much. You've mentioned there's others that might be wanting to test. Are there people out? I don't have any pink cards up here, so that's what I'm trying to gauge here. Yeah, if there's anybody who wants to speak either for or against this bill, please get those pink cards up to us. And not seeing any other folks wanting to, bring them up. Thank you very much, Representative Cole-Fulton. Okay,
Turn this on.
Tom,
Tom Rawlings, I'm sorry about my handwriting, sir. I came up from Georgia this morning. I am the policy director for a nonprofit organization called State Shield. We've been in existence about 3 years now, working in about 17 different states. We started off in Georgia, of course, founded by a guy named Joe Gabbia. Joe founded State Shield because he was very concerned about about the influence of hostile adversaries, especially China, on the United States. And so this is a bill that we have been supporting around the country as well. I think Representative Cole did a great job of explaining the bill, but I do want to, perhaps I can help with a couple of the questions that I've already heard. Before doing that, I want to point out one of the reasons that I think this bill is important. So we had a situation in Georgia a few years ago where Georgia Tech, which is of course our leading technology university, did a lot of cutting edge work, received an invitation from China to come build a campus in China. The taxpayers of Georgia spent about $7 million helping to build that campus in China. The Chinese government spent $150 million. And it was shut down only after congressional investigators started saying, wait a minute, what is going on here? We have the FBI has established that the Chinese government is regularly trying to steal intellectual property. Why would they be doing this if not as an entree into doing so? And so while this bill, as has been pointed out, does not bar anyone from giving money, it helps those of you who are making financial decisions about where to spend your taxpayer dollars here and about who to help out and about what's going on in New Hampshire with the colleges and universities. It helps you to understand where the money is coming from. Perhaps Representative Damon doesn't hit everything, but it hits the foreign issue. It differs slightly from the federal in that it applies to 50,000 or more. The federal applies to 250,000. And we picked that number, and others have picked lower numbers. I think Nebraska went down to 0, or not 0, but a very small amount. But what we've heard from the federal officials as well is that there was a lot of honoring this law on the federal level in the breach. They were not doing the reporting as required. And so this bill really gives those of you who are state lawmakers who are making financial decisions about colleges and universities in your state, the ability to better understand where foreign funding is coming from. As we noted, it does not apply to tuition. As Representative Kofalt, I think, accurately said, if a very, very wealthy foreign individual wanted to buy his child's way into college and give $1 million, that's a different issue. But paying for tuition for a student, that sort of thing, does not apply. It doesn't bar anybody from coming here. It doesn't. I would hope that it would not discourage genuine donations to colleges and universities. I would hope that it would help raise questions among the public and among leadership and among thought leaders when you do see a foreign government, especially one that may have an adversarial relationship with the United States, make a huge investment in a particular U.S. college or university. I believe I hit the questions, but I am happy to elaborate further or take any more of your questions that you may have.
So I got one for you. We have a number of subsidiaries that are in this country that are owned by a corporation that's elsewhere. That type of scenario that occurs.
Right.
And so when you have this corporation or business which is located in a country, but through the stock market or wherever it's owned and controlled outside, how does that come into this bill here? With it?
The way I recollect the definitions is if it's a U.S. subsidiary, if the money is coming from the U.S., then it's fine. If it's coming from a foreign country, it's a different issue. So we're primarily, of course, concerned about donors who really who are truly based in a foreign country.
Thank you. Are there other questions, Representative Damon? And then did you have your hand up, Representative McGuire? Representative Damon and McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking the question. It's actually a follow-up on the chair's question. So I don't know if you have the bill in front of you. And page 1, line 15, 16, when it includes in the definition of foreign source an agent including a subsidiary or affiliate of a foreign legal entity acting on behalf of a foreign source. That sounds to me, and maybe I just don't have this clear yet, to verify what the chair is asking, not what you just said.
Right. So we have foreign source defined as a foreign government, a legal entity created solely under the laws of a foreign government, individual who is not a citizen of the U.S., and an agent acting on behalf of a foreign source. I believe the intent, again, is to cover donations that are truly foreign donations and not donations that may be from a local subsidiary of BMW, for example. To the extent that that is a concern, we can certainly discuss with the author of the bill, with the sponsor of the bill, tweaking that. I certainly appreciate that question.
No follow-up.
Yes.
Is it correct to believe that the language of the bill is provided by Safe Shield and is language that you're promoting throughout the country?
I would suggest that the concept of the bill is the way that we work as an organization is we do education and advocacy work around these issues. We recognize that each state is different. The last thing I ran child welfare in Georgia for a while. That was actually my background. And I'm an attorney and have done a lot of legislative work. But certainly, I can tell you as a person who worked in child welfare in Georgia, I didn't want people coming in from another state to tell me how to do my work. I did appreciate suggestions, education, advice. But again, as an organization, we strive really hard to make sure that we are not telling someone this is the way you write your bill. And so that there are differences from state, significant differences from state to state.
Thank you for the
Representative McGuire?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to New Hampshire.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
The only costs in this bill are enforcement from the Attorney General. And I'm wondering what's been the experience in other states? Do colleges just generally comply and there's never any problems? Or are there whistleblowers and lawsuits and all this kind of stuff? You know?
Thank you, Representative McGuire. It's pretty new. This has just kind of been going a couple of years now where it has been adopted. We haven't seen any issues yet. I really haven't seen a lot of concerns from the university systems and from the colleges because they do, as I said, already have reporting mechanisms, at least for the federal government and certainly for other purposes as well. Because it is a willful standard, I would hope that people are going to comply. I think that if I can diverge just a moment and kind of give you a little background. Back in the 2010s, when I was working for, I think I was working for Governor Perdue in Georgia at that time. And we would have friends of mine who worked in state government would all go to China. And they would be wined and dined, and, you know, sometimes they were university system officials, sometimes they were, you know, other government officials. And the question always raised in my mind, tell me why they're doing this and what is China trying to get out of it? And so, to me, a bill like this, also, it is a law, but it also serves the purpose of reminding those who work for us in state government, our officials, our employees, that remember that when someone offers you a large donation, it may be genuine, it may come with strings attached. So let's make sure we're reporting that we're transparent about it.
Thank you. Representative Ames?
Way down here in the corner, hard to see you.
Peanut gallery.
Yeah, so good morning. You mentioned an instance in Georgia that brought in enforcement action by the federal government.
Yes.
And that was one example where the feds were doing their job, apparently. And you haven't mentioned other jobs done by the federal government. But what I'm wondering is why should the state jump into something that, if there are instances of perhaps a violation, will require our spending a lot of money, because enforcement does take money if you're going to deal with the sort of complexities of the kinds of transactions you're talking about. Why should we be spending that money rather than pushing the federal government to do its job if it's not doing its job? And if the $250,000 is too high, why not push to lower that number and make sure the federal government does its job? It is far better suited than a state government to understand what's going on internationally than, little old New Hampshire.
Yes.
So that's my question.
I appreciate the question. Our philosophy has been that ensuring that we understand it's not simply the federal government that funds education. The state governments also have a great hand in funding local colleges and universities, both public and private as well. It's our belief that the more transparency we can create, and again, I don't believe this will be a significant burden on colleges and universities. They're already having to report these funds. $50,000 is a pretty good chunk of money. So I think that's not, we're not digging down too deeply on that. And by making sure that this is reported to appropriate state officials, we are kind of helping the federal government do what a number of individuals in the government have indicated has not been done well in the past. There's been a lot of underreporting, according to the sources I've read, that I believe may be in some of the testimony that Representative Sweeney was submitting, but I can certainly get you details on that.
Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I can certainly appreciate the motive for a bill like this. I do have some questions about specific aspects of the drafting. For example, and to clarify before I ask those questions, has a bill with this exact language been enacted in any other state, Georgia or elsewhere?
Bills with similar language I know have been enacted in apologize for not knowing, I should know this off the top of my head, but Georgia, Louisiana, I believe, Nebraska. I can supply the committee with the exact states that has been, where this has been, a version of this has been passed, but they do differ from state to state.
That would be interesting, both to know where they've been passed and what
Yes,
the
sir.
variations are.
Yes,
So a couple of quick ones. I'm not sure why we're defining contract. I mean, contract is something that's been worked over by the courts for 650 years in common law and in current practice. So I read anything that's in common usage like that, and I ask myself, what exactly are we doing here that changes it? But I don't think you would probably feel that that needed to stay.
Again, our position is that each state, the way each state drafts its laws is different. Okay. Some states are more sparse in how they write things. Other states like to go overboard. So
Okay, so you don't feel strongly about that?
right.
On line 19, so we've got an extensive list in line 17 to 19 of the kinds of things that have to be reported, contracts, gifts, grants, et cetera, it keeps going. But I'm a little curious in line 19 where it says, or expressed intention. So now we're talking about something that hasn't been done, but somebody's contemplating it or has made an announcement or was quoted in the press. What exactly are we doing here?
If I were in your shoes, I might say that is the same as a pledge.
Which is already included. So perhaps we strike those three words or expressed intent.
I think, like I said, Representative Spilsbury, I think, I understand you're wanting to be a little more cautious with the language.
Trying to help the bill along here.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, last, on page 2. So the only enforcement mechanism that I see is in Roman 4, lines 15 to 17. And it could be a very stiff penalty. $10,000 per incident is one thing, but forfeiture of any other received but unreported funds. I guess I'm not sure whether automatically and always forfeiture of any other received funds is a reasonable penalty. And I'm just wondering, this is a reporting requirement imposed upon a covered institution. So is there some intermediate level here? I guess talk to me about this one step, potentially draconian
Yes, sir.
enforcement measure.
I think that's probably something that this committee and the sponsor can discuss in terms of, we see variations. The point being is that for a willful violation, there needs to be some accountability and some I don't want to say punishment, but certainly accountability and discipline, whatever that may be.
All right, thank you.
Further questions? Representative Burton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome to New Hampshire. I spent a lovely winter in Fort Gordon, Georgia.
Yes, sir.
2 inches of snow closed everything down. I'm sure you're surprised to see how much we have.
If it gets too cold, we don't have school because the buses don't run.
My question is, I was in higher ed for 40 years and I did grant writing and so forth.
Yes.
It would seem to me, is there any way someone seeking funds could get a list of the objectionable countries or entities so that they are saved the trouble of getting a grant that might be questionable?
So are you suggesting we have the list of countries that are sort of problematic in this area or?
Well, before somebody went through the trouble of applying for a grant that later becomes problematic, it would seem it would be good to spend your energy on something else.
Yes, sir. I think, again, that's going to differ from state to state. If I were, and I'm not, but if I were a higher education administrator or someone who is sort of looking at this law that's just passed and has been signed into law, and I would say this is a reminder for us to think about when we're getting offers of funds from various and sundry countries as to whether or not these are genuine offers or whether they come with strings attached. Again, part of the reason for this law or this bill is to raise that awareness. But I think that would be a local implementation issue as to how the colleges would address that issue. There have been, for example, there have been suggestions that some of the countries have literally foreign governments are funding colleges and universities here to curry favor and to sort of spread propaganda about that may not be favorable to the values of Western democracy. So I think that's kind of where we're headed.
Thank you.
Representative Megan?
Thank you. I'm curious, you had mentioned a threshold that requires a federal form be
That's
filled out.
250.
Okay, so my question then is, follow up if I may.
Yes.
Do we have anything in this bill that would require then for aggregate donations to be?
So the way this particular version is written, let me find that line again. Exceeds 50,000 or is expected to exceed 50,000 in value over the projected length of the funding relationship. So I'm sorry, excuse me, this would be line 20. Page 1, yes, I'm sorry. So there would be, of course, different ways to express that, but the intention, of course, is that we're discussing $50,000 in the aggregate.
Thank you.
Representative Fellows, we do have another person who wants to speak on that, so I just want to remind people there's some time here. Representative Fellows.
Thank you. I'm just wondering why you don't make a list of the countries that you're concerned about, because this kind of sounds like looking for a needle in the haystack.
Sure. And I will tell you that in some of the versions of this bill, they do list certain countries of concern, and primarily those have been named foreign adversaries. Others have gone with the federal, which is any foreign funding.
Yes.
So does this look exactly like the federal requirement? Does the federal requirements have individuals, or is it just from the countries?
Representative Fellows, what I can do is, again, it differs. The primary difference I've noted is the amount of the funding. I can go back for you because honestly, I just haven't looked at it lately because we've been kind of focused on the state level of this. I can go back for you and I can send you or send the committee a brief, probably a one-pager comparing the two, the federal to this bill if you would like for me to. I'm happy to do that. Okay.
Representative Ames, then Representative Weinstein.
Thank you. I'm back again. What if an individual, a grateful graduate, let's say, of one of our esteemed universities from France, because I think any foreign country is subject to this, whose resident place of birth and so forth and current living arrangements are, this individual is basically a French citizen, donates to the place, his alma mater, $10,000 every year for 10 years. $100,000.
That
Here you've got one number, and you don't talk about cumulative donors.
again, I think we would go back to probably some, if the language needs tweaking, I think y'all can discuss that, but I would imagine that if it's just simply, I'm giving $10,000 this year, that's what I'm giving, and there's no expectation of a future amount, then that would not be covered. It would have to be the amount at this time, at the time of the agreement, or at the time of the pledge, or at the time of the first donation, that this is the first installment of a $100,000 installment over the next 10 years.
Representative Weinstein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm just curious if you can give us any examples of concerns that might have come up here in New Hampshire. I know Representative Kofalt mentioned the Confucius Institute, but my understanding is that UNH and the university system severed their relationship a few years ago. So I was wondering if you have any recent examples.
And to be quite transparent, I don't, but simply because we haven't looked specifically at New Hampshire. However, I would simply also say that the reason the Confucius Institutes are no longer is because there was a widespread understanding across the country that these institutes have an ulterior purpose. And I think that we have seen, and I really kind of want to focus back on China for a moment. We have seen numerous situations across the country and in Canada where Chinese students, they may be the finest people in the world who respect democracy, want freedom, and yet they have been harassed by Chinese authorities. They have been threatened that if they don't do X, Y, or Z, that their parents may be punished back in the home country. They have been, at times, pushed into probably crossing the border and crossing the line, not the border, crossing the line in terms of doing nefarious things like stealing information. I don't know that specifically, but and a lot of that, unfortunately, as my understanding, was connected. The Confucius Institutes were sort of used as a home base for that, much as there have been secret Chinese police stations in the country. And I appreciate that. One of the things I appreciate about my job is that sometimes, as I said, I came from a child welfare background. My main interest when I started getting into this issue was the Uyghurs in China. This is the human rights abuses of Uyghurs. The longer I have studied this issue, the more I have realized that there are foreign adversary nations that truly are attempting to undermine what I would call the Western liberal democracy that we have enjoyed since the Enlightenment, the values of individuality, freedom, academic freedom, say what you think, you fight bad speech with more speech. I hate not being in New Hampshire, but hell, live free or die. I mean, come on. And I think that's kind of what we have done at State Shield is an effort to educate leaders around the country on these issues. And as part of that, again, we leave it to each state as to what measures they would like to take. But we do believe that a transparency measure like this is helpful in reminding folks.
Further questions? Representative Burton?
We were getting so many reports in the military that I did a report, sent it up to the next headquarters. It's completely phony, and the next month I got a request for the report. My question is, in number 2, it says institution shall provide a report every quarter detailing the funds received from covered institutions. What if there's nothing to report? Do they still have to make a quarterly report? Somebody has to remember to do that?
No, because the report has to detail all reportable funding. So I understand where you're coming from, being a former bureaucrat myself. If there's no report, that is a statement that there is nothing to report.
That's not what it says, though. It says they want to report every quarter.
I will leave that up to y'all. If we need to tweak that language, then feel free to do so.
Last question of this speaker, Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you share with us where State Shield is getting its funding from?
Yes, it's all of it. And I'm very happy you asked that question. Every single bit of it comes from Joe Gebbia,
The founder.
the founder. I don't think I'm speaking out of turn and I think this is public knowledge. Joe Gebbia is a senior. He has a son named Joe Gebbia. Joe Gebbia Jr. founded a little company called Airbnb.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Appreciate it.
And good luck with Georgia Tech. It's a Best Buy for kids going out of high school, and a very good engineering school.
Mr. Chair, can you just confirm that the senior is the founder? So
Well, we can do that through our research. We have one other card here. This one right here is from Patrick Brady.
Sorry if I scribbled. Patrick Binder.
How do you spell your last name?
Binder, Binder.
Okay, I
Yeah,
got it.
Patrick Binder from Manchester.
Thank you very much.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. I'm here in support of this bill. I like that it's just reporting. I consider it more of a consumer protection bill. I'm a father, and my son may be going off to college in a few years, and I think I would like to know whether this college is American funded or foreign funded, whether it's money's coming from Americans or the Chinese Communist Party. I agree that I do want their money, especially if it's going to the hockey program. So maybe we'll take that Russian money. And so, as to why not make a list of the ones that we're worried about, I just, to quote John Stark, I'm the enemy of all foreign influence. I think that consumers want to know wherever it's from, whether it's from an ally or China. It's good to be aware of foreign influence. I did have one slight concern with the wording. I don't know the section this is in, if foreign's, I don't know the section that this is in, if the word foreign source or foreign is similar to like our domestic, like our corporate law, whether it means out of state also, just something to think about. But that's the rest of my testimony. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Oh, if I may, I did have one other note here, just to say that, one thing that could maybe be added to this, if someone was worried about putting this on private institutions, would be to possibly add a requirement that if they're receiving public funds in any way, then this kicks in. That's all.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions from the committee? Thank you. Any other pink cards for the committee today on this bill? 1776 happens to be a very important date in our history. Now, thank you very much. And this will conclude the hearing on HB 1776. We'll take a minute and get ready for the next one. Yeah, I got to introduce it.
Okay, we're going to take up HB 1827. We have had a hearing on this bill once previously on January 20th, and it's now on the docket today for hearing because Representative Ladd has a non-germane amendment. So I recognize Representative Ladd.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the Education Funding Committee. For the record, my name is Rick Ladd. I come from Haverhill, New Hampshire. That's up the river a little bit. And I'm here today to speak to a non-germane amendment to 1827. 1827, as it was introduced, and we had the hearing, established a grant program to support school districts' extraordinary needs and physical capacity disparities relative to providing an adequate education. That was a bill that came forward based upon some committee studies back in 2018, et cetera. And in looking at that, I realized that that bill was probably going to go nowhere. And so it was a bill in which we had the opportunity to replace all with an amendment, and the amendment is 0255H. This amendment requiring the Department of Education to conduct a confidential criminal history record check on all prospective educational personnel. And this is important because we want to make sure that all our individuals in schools have background checks. And that's not necessarily the case right now. And we want to make sure, the most important thing we want to do with our kids is make sure they're in a safe and secure environment, an environment which is going to be a healthy environment for them. In addition, we now have some students due to, for example, I'll give an example of what's happening in Warren. Warren cannot find a certified physical education teacher. I think I've mentioned that before. And so they're working with the University, Plymouth State, to provide an individual come all over from Plymouth and instruct students on physical education. But they haven't had that criminal background check. Maybe if they are in their year of student teaching, they may have that. They will have that. But if they come over prior to that, or if they come over and not in necessarily the field of physical education, they may be somebody that's working in their athletic training program, what have you. And right now, it's better than having nobody in the school teaching physical education. So I am not going to speak to the guts in this bill right now because we have a person behind me. This was presented and written by the Department of Education. So it doesn't have my stamp on it anywhere. It's something that came directly from the department because they're realizing this is absolutely necessary. We make sure that we are checking out the background of all people that are coming in contact with our students in our schools. So I will conclude my statement, and then the person, Steve Appleby, is here from the department, and that is his bailiwick. He's driving the helm of that ship over there in terms of criminal background checks in that bureau, so he'd be best to answer any specific questions.
Very good, thank you. So before we call Steve Appleby, are there any questions of the sponsor? Representative Bricky.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I subbed in education policy last week, and didn't they have this same bill?
They've had bills on part-time teaching and all that, and
No, the bill about credentialing.
the rationale that I have here is that this is a separate issue from what was being addressed over there.
Okay.
And I'd like to keep it separate because it's an issue which needs real focus, and we need to get something done now. And I didn't want to run the risk of having something in another bill sidetracking this particular issue that we have in front of us. And I think that's a focus too of the department.
Okay, thank you.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Should there be some kind of exception for the parent of a child in the school who's volunteering for something, or maybe an elected official or something who's volunteering for something?
We're going down the rabbit hole, and I think what you want to do is you want to ask that question of the Bureau, which has more of a history on what has happened one way or the other, whether it's the parent or somebody coming in, as an elected official who's, for example, conveying to the kids how a bill becomes a law. I think it's real important that we vet all the people that are coming in with our students. We also have people providing service to kids on the internet. And how are we vetting that? For example, out in Warren, speech pathology is being provided. I mentioned it to this committee before. Speech pathology is being provided by a person in California. How do we know that that firm is properly vetted in terms of what we vet in New Hampshire? These are the types of questions you should be asked of Mr. Appleby, who will be coming up next.
All right, Representative Damon.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, okay.
Thank you, thank you. But I'm asking, thank you for that, but you're the legislator who's proposing this, and I would like your answer in terms of, is it appropriate for a parent who wants to volunteer in their own child's school to have to undergo criminal background check?
I'm not going to answer that the way you want me to answer it, but I want to make sure that the students in our classrooms are protected the best way we can do it to ensure that they're not in contact with somebody that is not a good person to be around students. And whether they're a parent or a teacher or an elected official or somebody that comes out of Napa Auto Care, whatever, I think we have to make sure. So I spell caution on this topic. And once again, I would suggest that Representative McGuire ask that question to Mr. Appleby, who has been very much engaged with the local schools and has been over there at the department as the director of this particular segment of education.
Okay, very good. Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question and for bringing this forward. We agree on how critically important it is to keep children safe. So in page 1, line 18, lists the settings in which this would apply: public school, public charter school, public academy, or non-public approved special education school, all of which I think is fine. I think I would like your opinion on including taxpayer-funded other education settings, like learning centers that are funded by EFA dollars, and higher credentialed and sometimes not credentialed educators. Shouldn't we be having background checks on the folks who work in those settings?
The EFA program, of course, the person that is overseeing that program is the parent. So once again, I'm sure that this question has come up to the department. I'm going to let them answer that. So I'm not going to answer a whole lot of questions on this, seeing that this bill is being put forward by the department. I'm the person bringing it forward. And yes, I have my own individual feelings on that, but I also do not want to share those right now at this particular point in time, as this is a bill which I believe is needed. And if there's something that has to be tweaked with it, I'm willing to tweak it, but I'm also really desirous to make sure that we are providing the healthiest environment for kids in schools.
I think that Representative Platt has more or less indicated he'd like to not take further questions. So thank you, Representative Platt.
I have a policy.
I am not taking any further
Let's
questions.
hold it for committee discussion. So I'd like to call up Steve Appleby, DOE. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome back.
Good morning. For the record, Steve Appleby, Auburn, New Hampshire, Division Director, Department of Education. Thank you all for your time this morning. Those are some great questions, and I think I can answer most of them. I just wanted to give a little bit of the rationale behind our asking Representative Ladd about this bill and talk about how this fits in with our larger strategy and some other bills that we also have in front of House policy. So currently, the department conducts a criminal history record check on a handful of classes of educational personnel. Bus drivers were the first ones that we started checking. And that was done so that a bus driver didn't have to get checked in every single district. They could get checked by us, and that clearance would be portable because there was a real problem around rostering bus drivers in districts they hadn't been checked in. They can't cover a sick out, that kind of thing. Then we expanded to our teacher education program students because the FBI had tightened up who could access their national check. And the private colleges, the non-public colleges, could not access the national FBI check. So we took over that function for all of the colleges to check their student teachers. Then, just went into effect this year on January 1st, we now conduct I apologize, back up. Last year, January 1st, it went into effect that we now check all new applicants for a license. So if someone comes and they apply, we conduct a check, to make sure that they're not, they don't have a criminal history. In each of these cases, the idea here is we were trying to ensure several things. One, of course, student safety. Two, we want to make sure we're not giving out a license in some of those cases to someone who's unemployable. And that has happened in the past, right, when we weren't checking. So, and then lastly, we wanted to be in line with other states. And I mentioned this in House policy last week. We conducted a survey of other states to see how they handle criminal history record checks in their public schools. And we had 27 responses from other jurisdictions, 26 of which check everybody all the time, check renewals. And one said, no, we don't do checks because we're an island and we know everybody, and that was Guam. Guam doesn't do any checks. I know that got a laugh in House policy as well. Thank you. Thank you. So some numbers. What is the size of the issue that we're addressing? Last year we had, well, my numbers here. We had 105 reports of potential misconduct coming to the department for investigation. Of that 105 referrals, and this runs the gamut of what the activity was that was misconduct. Of those 105, 85 were non-credentialed school employees. So again, 4/5, we had no ability to do anything about that situation. Now, why is that a problem? Because, of course, you've got local police, they can investigate. Well, the reality is, as I explained in House policy last week, local police don't always investigate. They don't always open a case. Maybe something in the misconduct world didn't rise to, having enough evidence to convict criminally. So one of the issues that comes up very often is those 85 that we had really no input on and couldn't look into at all, those 85 individuals, they could get terminated from the district they're in today and tomorrow show up in another district. And we've seen this occur. Very recently, we had a substitute teacher that was arrested after working in several districts and committing misconduct with children. If that person isn't convicted, or they're convicted, they plea it down, how do we then protect our children when they're back out substitute teaching? The last item I'll bring up is there's a national list, what we call the bad teacher list. The National Association of State Directors of Teacher Education and Certification maintains a national registry where individuals who've had action taken against their educator license are listed. It's a confidential list available to states, all 50 states, as well as Puerto Rico, Guam, the Mariana Islands, the province of Ontario and Canada are all parties to this list. And we all report when administrative action has been taken against a license. So why does that matter for this? This is background checks. Because what we very frequently see is an individual will be administratively revoked in one state, and they will move to another state and look for an opportunity to work in the schools in a non-licensed position. They know they can't get a license because they were revoked in state A. So they move to another state and they seek to get a license, they seek to get a position that is not licensed so that they're around children. How does that matter for this? Well, As people get their clearance from us, they get run against that national database. So we would have visibility into this. It is well known around the country which states it is easier to work in educational settings versus not as easy. And I mentioned this confidentially to several members of House Policy in the past, and that that also concerns us. So, but I think the top line here is right now. Lastly, I'll say, and the top line takeaway is, if you're hired by a district, state law currently is that you receive a criminal history record check upon employment. We know of instances that doesn't occur. Number one. Number two, if you never leave that district, you are never checked again. So if you go to work in Concord and you're here 30 years working in a school in a non-licensed role, you never have another check, even if you were arrested in Louisiana on your vacation for something terrible. Maybe you were convicted in Louisiana during your employment here. You're never checked. So this would, every 5 years, require every employee, whether part-time or full-time, to seek a clearance from the department. And that would, again, allow us, we think, to better protect children. This doesn't cover volunteers. There is a separate statute that already exists for volunteers and what they need. This only covers actual employees. So, happy to take questions.
Very good. You did anticipate a few. Further questions? Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming and answering my question. So, let me give you an anecdote that a friend of mine told me, and you tell me which line of the employee versus volunteer this person falls under, okay? I have a friend who's a mother of school children who lived in Concord. And she went to her child's school and said, I'd like to volunteer to help out in the classroom. And they said to her, great, what's your social security number? And she said, why do you need my social security number? And they said, well, we're going to pay you. So is such a person a volunteer or an employee?
If they receive compensation from the district, they would be an employee.
Okay. So then they would be subject to this, yes?
Correct.
Okay.
So, for example, a referee on a baseball game?
So a referee, if they're paid by the district, would require
Stipend of $10?
And I would note that we had a situation several years ago in the southwest part of our state where an assistant athletic director in one district and a coach in another district both had committed offenses in other states. So athletics, I understand there's a little bit of nuance there, but if they are paid by the district, then they would be an employee.
Can I follow up?
Go ahead.
So this is a different topic. What's the cost of such a background check, and who would be paying that cost? Is it the school district?
So it would be today, sometimes districts pay, sometimes individuals pay. It just depends on the situation. The current cost is $100 for the 5 years. So $20 a year.
Representative Burton. Got a whole bunch of hands. See them. I called Representative Burton.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. I'm strongly in support of what you're doing. I'm sure when you did your survey, you found a Corey check in Massachusetts. And when I was president of college, everyone got Corey, as we used to call it. When I became president, they sent a state cop to my neighborhoods to interview my neighbors without telling me. So I had to go around tell my neighbors, no, I'm not under arrest because the state cop is checking. Good thing they didn't go back to my mad days in Brunswick. But I strongly support it. I think that we did catch some people who shouldn't have been. We had child care centers. I had elementary education, all that stuff. I'm not sure we did a 5-year subsequent check, but I think that's a good idea too. But my question is this process has become easier, I understand. They had a Corey office in Massachusetts, and you just sent the information, and they would do it and send it back. It was a pretty simple process, as far as I know. Is that what you experienced too?
Thank you for the question, Representative. So currently, we're processing about 6,000 to 7,000 checks a year at the department, and it's a very smooth process. Department of Safety has live scan machines around the state. An individual goes in, they get scanned, it's all electronic. The turnaround time is a matter of days, so it's not a long wait. And I think every now and then you'll hear a horror story, but it's because someone's prints don't work. But other than that, we're really not hearing any issues. So thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for taking my question. I am looking, as you can see, at HB 1373 and your bill here before us with 1827. And I'm just curious because I'm noticing that RSA on line 25 of the bill before us on page 2, RSA 318B:2 lists the same criminal statutes codes as what is being proposed in the other bill. And I'm just curious to know, because it is referencing a separate statute altogether, if you're doing that for parity or if there's a reason that it is being replicated in two different statutes.
Thank you for the question. Yes, as I mentioned, so we actually have what will be 4 bills total kind of in this world, and they just kind of came out of different places, so hence they're not together. I do have a list, by the way, of those Section 5 offenses, which I can supply to the committee as well. The offenses in 1373 are what we hope are the final list of offenses that would go into this. So if 1373 passed and this amendment passed, we would expect OLS to merge them.
That was my question.
Yes. Yeah.
Representative Damon, and then Bricky.
Oh, no, I was just.
No, okay, Representative Damon.
Thank you. Thank you all. So I bring back my question that I brought up to the sponsor as to adding to the list of settings in which this would apply, learning centers or other such terms for places where children receive education that is in part funded by taxpayer dollars, but is not any of these public entities listed on lines 18 and 19. Don't we want the staff in those places to have the same standards of basic safety background checks to assure as best we can the kids there are protected?
Thank you for the question. So when we wrote this amendment, we looked at the current landscape and what we know currently and where we think that there are loopholes and issues. So we did not contemplate expanding it beyond the settings that we listed. So I would say that certainly if the committee's feeling is that it should be expanded, then I think that we can operationalize that as well if need be.
Thank you for that answer. And so I guess a two-part follow-up. One, I think it would be helpful to us if you could help or direct with language around that, if possible. And then also, would you confirm, it's my understanding that there is not any statute at this time that addresses background checks in those settings. Am I correct about that?
Thank you for the question. So I think I want to be real careful not to broad brush this, right? Because there are so many different settings you could be talking about.
Right.
And there are different laws that do apply. For example, in daycare settings that receive, right, there are some laws there that I'm not familiar with because that's DHHS runs that program. And there may be instances where OPLC has background check requirements as well for some of their individuals who may be in certain educational settings. So I don't want to speak for them either. So understand my answer is limited to Department of Education, my world. And currently, we do not check those individuals unless we do not require a check. The only time that an individual outside of what we've already talked about would be checked, so not licensure related, not what this bill seeks to do related. The only other place that I would say that's somewhat wide scale would be the designated volunteer law. And that does dictate
And that's
around the
covered separately.
volunteers. That's separate, that they have to get a check through the district, not by the department.
One more. So
Is there anybody else who has a question? Okay, one more.
thank you kindly. So just to be clear, in education of K to 12 children, which is what you're involved in organized programs that are not part of this public listing in the proposed amendment, we're not aware of there being any requirement for background checks at this time.
I am not aware. Thank you.
Representative Phelps?
Thank you. I have a question about on page 1, lines 28 and 29. I don't understand why there's a reference to what SAUs and districts and charter public schools are supposed to do here, because it looks to me like 189.13C is all about a candidate for certification, which, you know, would be, a lot of them would be people that are in the educational program at a university at Plymouth or UNH. And so I don't understand why that is in there. And I'm wondering if, because we can't see it by looking at the bill, if that has something to do with whatever is in 189.13A and B.
Thank you for the question. So I think it's useful to look up at the top. So line 28, the very first word is candidates. We do have a definition for candidate, and that is a student at one of our educator preparation programs. The language that you're referring to is by and large from the existing statute. So I guess.
So does it belong here? Because isn't this a statute that has to do with, 189C is about credentialing applicants and candidates. So why is there a reference to what are SAUs and school districts supposed to do the background check also?
It does appear to require a redundancy.
Shall, I apologize. So that currently is the way the statute is written, and that gives the local districts, we don't want to take away local control. So they also conduct a check. Right?
Shall.
Yes, that's what I said. They also conduct a check. Yes, that's why the shall is there.
That's curious to me as well. We may want to inquire that further later. Okay, everyone who has had a chance to, are we covering new ground here?
New ground.
Representative Murray.
Thank you. I do have a quick question on, I'm just looking at 189.13C. And I noticed that initially in C, it says that it's valid for a period of 4 years, the criminal history check.
Thank you. That's for educator preparation students, candidates. Yes.
So that is a different threshold than what you will be then moving forward for here, which is 5 years, correct?
So the educator preparation students, the candidates, will stay 4 years, matches their time in college, typically. And then non-licensed educational personnel will be 5 years, which matches the bus driver current standard.
Thank you.
Representative Damon.
Thank you. I just want to circle back to the question that Representative Fellows brought up. So are you saying, and so on line 27, 28 of page 1, it sounds like we're saying that a candidate could be required to have duplicate background checks, one through DOE and one through the SAU or school district?
Yes.
Why?
Thank you. So that, again,
my shortest question ever.
Yeah, why? That's great. Again, not opposed at all to removing the shall and changing that to a may. That's what was done with the bus driver piece a few years ago. That was changed to a may so that local control wasn't taken away, but districts would have the option. That's just the way it's existing now, but certainly I think on the bus driver side, we've heard no issues with having that be a may check versus a shall check.
As quick as the last one, why?
Almost. Are there any positions that wouldn't be covered under DOE that would require the SAU or school district to do the background check? Or is it completely duplicative? Can't say that word.
Paid positions If this were to be enacted, no, they should cover each other completely.
Representative Phillips.
Yes, just so, is there a process, so if the state does the background check, how, that you will automatically notify who, the SAU, the school district, so they know it's been done?
Yep. Thank you for the question. So we issue a criminal history record check clearance, similar to how we issue other credentials, and the districts are notified. We have on our website right now, we have a page where you can look up an educator, see if they're properly licensed. We would anticipate expanding that to cover this as well. Just that someone has been issued a clearance,
So,
not the results of their check.
okay, and what happens if they don't pass the check?
Then they're not on the list and they're not issued a clearance.
Well, are you going to notify the university and the school district?
Today, the way the process works is an individual, whether they be a candidate, so an educator preparation student, or a first-time applicant, they apply for the clearance. And if it is not granted, in the case of a first-time applicant, they don't get a license. So therefore, they cannot progress further, right, teaching for a district. So that's how that notification occurs. If it's an educator preparation student and they are not, and they do not pass, we inform the university. Because they shouldn't be allowed in the program either if they haven't passed a check. So.
Okay, satisfied? All right. Is there any other question? Representative Peoples.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Representative Fellows kind of triggered something in my brain. And if they're not granted a clearance, is there an appeals process? So that they can, I mean, there may be a mistake or an error.
Thank you. We already have a very robust appeal process for individuals who are denied a credential of any kind. And that appeal process begins with several steps internally, culminating with the State Board of Education and a hearing officer. And then an individual who still is unhappy with the outcome has the opportunity to go to court.
Thank you.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking this other question. I'm having a hard time seeing what's new in this compared to existing law. I'm reading RSA 189 :13-A, and that already says that anybody who's guilty of this long list of crimes cannot be hired, shall not be hired by an SAU, school district, charter public school, or public academy. And then in addition to that, it allows school boards to have their own policy that excludes even more, a bigger list of crimes from being hired. So what's new about what's here?
Thank you for asking. So I think what's new here is, number one, we have the opportunity to centralize these checks to ensure that they're being carried out. Two, you'll notice one of the environments listed is non-public special ed schools, right? We see that as a particularly large loophole currently, because those are non-public providers, which means they have no ability to access an FBI background check. They're non-public. So we see that as a large loophole as well that we're closing.
You're not editing any of this existing language. You're just adding new stuff over here. So shouldn't some of this kind of go away or be subsumed by this new language?
Thank you for the question. I'm trying to just understand, because I don't have that statute in front of me at the moment. But when we wrote the amendment, we took the existing and did a, track changes and added, and then this is how it came out of OLS. So I don't have both in front of me.
May I continue? So what I'm talking about is there's three giant sections in the law. One is the one that says you can't hire people who have committed this big list of crimes. And in fact, in your new section, you refer to that, okay? Then there's a thing about school bus drivers, and then there's the thing that you're editing, which is about credentialing, right? But by putting the sort of mechanism in this credentialing area, shouldn't it really be part of the first part, which is where you tell people don't hire for these reasons, right? I mean, it just seems like it's creating more of a mess, right? Because you're not editing the part that currently prevents people from being hired.
Right. Thank you so for the question. And again, I'm not an attorney and I don't play one on TV, but happy to rewrite the amendment to fit that section if the committee thinks that where it's better placed.
Okay. Very good. We've had a technician who could answer a lot of very helpful technical questions. Thank you. I think there were good questions in understanding the draft. No further questions? All set.
Thank you for your time.
I don't see anybody else. So with that, we're going to close the amendment, the hearing on the non-germane amendment.
Okay, we're ready to go ahead. And for those that were here, part of this problem started when I was on policy, and people getting into, candidates were getting into teacher ed programs, a 4-year program. And the check that they did was for 3 years, and they did their student teaching in the 4th year, and they had to go out and get it again. We went to 4 years, but then when they go and they get their ticket to go out and work in the real world, then the local district does it again. So it was a real costly affair for these kids. And so we tried to, help them out with that. That's just a little background. The next bill, which we have starting at 11:30, and the glare on the clock, can't see what time it is.
You got 2 minutes.
Oh, we're starting early? Really? So we have 2 minutes. Anybody have to take a walk or something? You got 2 minutes.
I could stretch.
Stretch, That's what the elementary teacher would say, stretch. But this person's saying, don't stretch more than 5 minutes.
I hear you.
Thank you. Go ahead here. We're on 1781. This is relative to child support obligations during post-secondary education, and Representative Burton is the prime sponsor of this bill.
No, just the other one.
This is the 1781.
The list is a list of all bills that will come to us. We have to
This is not 91. Yeah. Well, there's only one person's name on this bill. Representative Burt, you need to be at that desk right there.
We couldn't send it to me, but I'll.
91's this afternoon. This is the child.
We're ready to go ahead. This is 1791. Once again, it establishes an inclusive post-secondary education career preparation pilot program. No, I'm reading the wrong one.
That's
1791. I'm on 1781, relative to child support obligations during post-secondary education. There, we got it. Representative Burton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. This is a constituent bill, and I kind of lost track of it. I'll tell you the story. In New Hampshire, I think the emancipation age is 18, I believe. And I have a constituent who is divorced with 2 daughters. And what she found out was that because the age is 18, that she ends up paying all the tuition for her children to go to college. And the ex-husband doesn't have to pay anything. And it's very hard for her on her salary and unfair in many ways. So this bill, I told her I would file a bill. And it basically says that both parents are liable for the costs up to the age 22, whichever is first. And that's what it is. Now, this is not the most lawyerly presentation you'll ever hear, but that is the idea. And I apologize for not being more ready, but it's pretty simple. And she also has a problem too, because the way they split the support expenses, she ends up paying a lot more money. And she doesn't think that's fair. And so I filed a bill on behalf of my constituent to make sure that the father, in this case, is liable for half the cost of the college expenses. And that's why I filed a bill, and that's all it says. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if I can.
Very much, Representative Burton. Are there any questions for the representative? Representative Damon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question and for bringing this needed bill forward. I will not take the committee's time with a personal experience of my daughter's best friend, but boy, I'm going to call this the Chloe bill. My question is, on line 5, it references full-time student, and I think that's somewhat limiting, and perhaps we should entertain 50% or more, maybe not if you're taking only one college class, but somewhere between part-time, full-time language?
That's a possibility. I think the reason it's this way is because that was her situation. She had a student in nursing school at Providence and a school in another private college somewhere else. And that's what she was. But
Further questions? Representative Colcom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So do you believe that it's the parents' obligation to pay for college for their students?
yes,
Thank you.
net of any financial aid they might be eligible for. in this particular case, I think they are getting some financial aid, which is typical. But this would split the net cost.
Further
Follow-up?
questions?
Follow-up?
Yes, go ahead.
Would you believe that I had to pay for my own education?
Yes, you're a very strong person, Representative. I imagine you did. And I was assistant financial aid director at UNH for several years. I saw all kinds of situations. I did 2,000 applications a year, and some were quite desperate. And the hardest ones were trying to get the ex-husband's information. And when we did the financial aid, of course, you expect to split it between the parents. But if one parent's not paying, the other one gets to pay the bill. And quite honestly, it's usually the mother.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you believe this bill could also lighten the burden for the student themselves who might have to take on an additional work study or have a weekend job in the event that they are only getting one source of support from a family member? This would open that avenue
It's
up.
actually worse than that. Thank you for your question. It limited the second daughter's choice of a school because she got accepted at a private college she wanted to go to. She's also an athlete. So she had to go to a different school because the father was not chipping in.
Further question, Representative Spilsbury?
Can you help me understand what's the purpose of Section 3, starting on line 20, that's relating to post-college expenses? So I've understood you so far to be trying to extend this beyond the age of emancipation, but what's this doing?
The only thing I can think of is that if the student took a loan out, that I'd have to go back, Representative, and look at that.
I'm wondering out loud and asking if you would concur. As I look at this bill and being generally unfamiliar with the question of child support obligations and so on, that maybe this bill would have deserved a better assessment from the Committee on Children and Family Law.
Yeah.
I don't direct bills. I
understand
rely
that.
heavily-
Here we are, but would you concur with that sense?
It probably would, but I'm on this committee, so it came here. So that happens now and then, Representative.
Let me address that. When we changed the rules and established the Education Funding Committee, we also put down that there are several domains which bills will come to this committee on career technical education and higher education. So when people are reviewing these, and I concur what Representative Spilsbury just said, children and family law is what I whispered to him a few minutes ago about. But I also see higher education, I see college, all that in this bill. And so that's how it happens, and stuff happens, and we got it.
I would be happy to evacuate, what do you call it? Evacuate?
Well, not evacuate, but to vacate.
Vacate.
Let me tell you
Yeah,
something.
it's closed.
It's too late. We already own it, folks, and so we've got it. So we got to do the work on this, as it's been said to my left. So are there any other questions referencing, is there a place in law where it says and defines educational expenses? I know that if you're looking at as a parent, you put together a college fund you do it through either Fidelity, you do it through American Funds or what have you. And then you get reimbursed, or that fund will pay for expenses. I know it may be in tax code law somewhere, but is it somewhere here in statutory law?
Well, Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's in financial aid law, I know that. We had prescribed allowances when I did financial aid applications at UNH. There is, I know in federal law, of course, there.
Well, if you're looking at those accounts I've just looked at, those are the 529 accounts. And so I was just wondering if that's what we're relying upon for college expenses or educational expenses. Any other questions here? Representative Fellows, and then Representative McGuire, then Representative Peoples.
Thank you. So I really have no experience at all with, child support arrangements, but I assume that they're kind of like contracts, in which case the question would be, what about the people who already have a child support arrangement? Is this going to suddenly impact all of those existing agreements? Because, if you're going to, I understand, and I think it's a good idea that it's added to the responsibilities when you put together a child support agreement, what happens with college. But I don't think we want to retroactively add college in. And also when it's negotiated between the two parents, you could negotiate it's going to be community college, or it's going to, how you split the cost. So that's got a technical issue there. Thanks. The question was, do you think it's got a technical issue that needs to be addressed?
Okay, and
Well, thank you for the question. The language in here, everything ends at 22, including child support. This extends that from 18 to 22.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Burton. I want to ask Representative Colcom's question a different way. Do parents have a legal obligation to pay for their children's college expenses?
I doubt it. I'm not a lawyer, but they certainly have an obligation. I did 3,000 applications a year at UNH because I did A through E in the financial aid system, and I saw every kind of situation possible. But I also did the welfare mothers, and the husbands would flee, leaving the welfare mothers with no way to pay for their children's education, and I did a financial aid package for them. So,
may I follow up?
Yes.
So when you were doing applications at UNH, do parents sign some kind of a contract that obligates them to pay?
No.
No.
There's a parental contribution expected, and so in a way that is, because you take the expenses that the government has agreed we can list, and you take the parental contribution, and you take it from both parents if both parents still have some legal attachment to the child, and then you. The need is the difference between the expenses and what you expect from the parents in the family, and then that leaves you with the amount of money that you can get in financial aid. But there's no legal way to hold a parent to pay their share of college expenses.
Thank you.
Representative Peoples.
Thank you for my question. I think Representative Fellows asked pretty much what I wanted to know is how can you make the changes to a divorce agreement, that those kind of things are all worked out and they're decreed by a court, and we can't technically do an unfunded mandate to make them pay outside of that agreement. Thank you.
Representative Bricky.
So, sorry. Thank you for taking my question. Thank you. So my question goes back to there are a lot of children pay for their own college education, but it still goes back to what the parents could afford to. And if the parents are divorced, when they fill out the FAFSA, and the child's 18, does the non-custodial parents monies need to be on the FAFSA, or does that legal obligation of the non-custodial parent, is it gone at 18?
If the non-custodial parent has claimed the student as a dependent, then their income and assets are considered in the financial aid process, whether they pay or not.
Okay,
What often happens in that case, if one of the parents is not kicking in, the student ends up taking a loan for that part of the parental contribution, and that's considered financial aid.
so,
I used to process student loans, so I know.
so when you say the parent should pay, the money has to come from someplace other than the university. You say the parent should pay, but like, I know my parents, my dad was a mechanic. I mean, my mom stayed home. They couldn't pay for me to go to college, but there was still the parent's burden that came up. So even though that comes up, it was up to me to pay it. But I guess I'm confused as to, like, it really doesn't make any difference who pays in the end. It says the parent is responsible. It doesn't say the parent or the child. It says this is what the parent is responsible for paying. Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
That's how it's computed, but that's not a legal obligation.
Okay.
And there's.
Representative Murray,
Yeah.
you have
I am curious to know whether or not you think maybe lines 22 through that paragraph there, 28, was referring to something like a Parent Plus loan or something else. There are all of these other loan programs out there now that unfortunately sometimes will also attach the parent to additional loan even, and they're paying on that well after, so it just depends. I know that those are out there. Is that what you were meaning by that that paragraph there, or is it something else?
I don't know. You want an honest answer? The lawyer that wrote this in OLS, it took a while, and I got it back late. So quite honestly, I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Thank you. Any further questions of Representative Burton? Not seeing any? Yeah, Representative Damon?
Thank you. This is more of a, I guess, procedure question for the chair. Feels like perhaps the committee would benefit from some legal expertise on the statutes and the terminology here. I'm not sure who we should be asking to attend executive session, but I have questions that would influence how to proceed.
On any given bill, we can always seek, some guidance from various attorneys. We have that at our disposal. But we've also recognized that we are getting down to the wire on some of these bills here. And if a bill has some issues, it really doesn't leave us much opportunity, but we have three options here, ITL, OTP, or interim study. I think that with some of the issues this committee is facing here within the next week, would we put this at the very top of those priorities compared to how to cost out special education, how to cost adequacy? Or would this be something you interim study, or would this be something saying it's not ready, it's not fixable right now, and you ITL it?
It's got a fiscal.
It's got, no, just because that's fiscal note, I'd have to, it's a late bill.
Fiscal note?
Just because they have fiscal notes doesn't mean,
March 5th.
Oh, so it's
but so there is time for us to get some information back from folks. I'd be curious to know, what we've had attorneys here from the university system before.
yeah.
And talking with the chancellor, can we arrange to have somebody come in and give us some information on this?
I appreciate that.
Also, by talking to folks at Children and Family Law. Now, this will not go to a second committee like Children and Family Law because that's not a second committee. That's a policy committee. And finance and ways and means are places that second bills go, and we can always send it off to the gentleman to my right here and let them figure it out in finance. I'm sure they'd love to have this bill. And they're saying, take care of it here. So at any rate, we can get some technical support to answer the question.
Thank you.
Representative Burton, do you have anything else for us or anybody else on the committee?
What you
Any more
need
questions?
is a more competent sponsor.
Are there any people in the crowd that like to speak on this bill, that have any pearls of wisdom for us? Not seeing any, no pink cards. So at that, we're going, yes, Representative Bricky, your hands up.
So I'm wondering, this talks about child support. Child support goes to the parent, right? So how the parent uses that money is really up to them. So I wonder if that, like, I don't know, maybe we do need somebody from
Child support's a very
Department
complicated
of Health and
thing.
Human, maybe we
And-
need somebody from Department of Health and Human
Husband and wife
Services
might be
side.
fighting each other over that.
Right.
And over who has the
Usually
custody.
they
And I'm
do.
saying, I'm not going to have anything to do with that.
Yeah,
And, you know, the kid's 18, let him go.
so maybe we need somebody from Health and Human Services also?
Well, let's take it incrementally, step by
Okay.
step here, you know. People are very engaged in other matters right now, so I think we can get some support from those that may have some information for us and go with it there.
Okay.
We have a couple weeks on this one. Thank you very much. We're going to close this hearing on 1781. And we'll be dealing with the other bills that we have for executing at 1 o'clock. Or is that the time? No, 12:45, 12:45.
I'm sure you don't want to give us.
Want to change it to 1?
This is where we don't take any testimony. A hearing is a hearing. An exec session is for us. The debate is amongst ourselves. And so we'll start that off 15 minutes later at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Which bills come first? 1701.
Well, and we will go through and we can take those bills. I will just bring them up in any order. We won't bring up any other bills, though. I'm not going to take any action on anything else today, other than what has been noticed. And if we have something that's noticed we don't see and we want to take action, we'll take it at a later date. But our time is running out. Thank you. Have a good lunch. All right, we're going to go ahead for the afternoon here. This is the Education Funding Committee, and we have 4 bills which we have noted for exec sessions today. And we are going to be looking at 1701, 1729, 1574, and 1791. I will also note for the public that we can discuss items before we even take action within an executive session. That may occur. So the first bill which we have up there is reestablishing the New Hampshire College Graduate Retention Incentive Partnership Program and making an appropriation therefore. On a lot of these bills, we do have, there are amendments that are floating around. And there was one on 1701, I believe. Yes, by Representative Monahan. I'm looking for a motion right now.
Yeah.
Representative Brown,
I move ITL on this bill.
is there a second?
A second?
So we have a motion to ITL 1701 made by Representative Brown and second by Representative Kofalt. Representative Brown, do you care to speak to your motion?
Yes, the bill's well-intentioned, but the only incentive it provides is guarantees $4,000 over 4 years to a New Hampshire grad who's been hired. I think we should just let the labor market price system work and to attract in the workforce we need.
From the second, any discussion? None? Representative Damon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask the committee respectfully to please oppose the ITL so that we can bring forward Amendment 0217, which addresses various concerns that were raised in the public hearing, and I would appreciate the opportunity for the committee to at least look at the amendment and be informed before making a decision on the bill.
Further discussion, Representative Fellows.
Thank you. My opinion is that there isn't a great advantage to having the state involved, even though it is only a small amount of money. And the reason to have the state involved is it's a guarantee that the participants won't run into a situation where the employer advertises something and then doesn't follow through with providing what he said he would provide for the students. So it gives the program more credibility and wider exposure to the public for people to take advantage of.
Further discussion? Not seen, yes, Representative Damon.
Thank you. Just one more point, if I may. I think the value of this proposed graduate retention incentive partnership is not in monetary amounts from the state. The businesses can create their monetary incentives, and I think we all agree they could do that with or without this program. However, having there be a coordinated program with a name and a visibility that encourages businesses to do this will likely make it happen much more frequently. And gosh knows we hear every single day how we are not retaining graduates in New Hampshire, and we are aging our workforce, and we need to keep these capable, educated people here. This is one small tool to help with that. So I would reiterate my ask to please defeat the ITL so we can at least discuss the amendment.
Is there any further discussion? Not seeing it, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
On ITL, Vice Chair Spilsbury,
Yes.
Representative McGuire,
Yes.
Representative Erf,
Yes.
Representative Kofalt,
Yes.
Representative Colcom,
Yes.
Brown, yes. Representative Mahegan,
Yes.
Representative Peoples,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
No.
Representative Ames,
No.
Representative Burton,
No.
Representative Fellows,
No.
Representative Murray,
No.
Representative Bricky,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Weinstein,
No.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
So 9 yay and 8 nay.
Okay. The minority wishes to, your position would be OTP as amended?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, do you have a person that would like to?
I will.
You will? Okay, Representative Damon. And for the majority, it would be Representative Brown.
Yep.
And I'd like to see those reports, please, so we don't pile them up before you leave today. Okay. Okay, the next bill which we have in front of us is HB 1729, relative to the creation of a centralized enterprise resource planning service and making an appropriation therefore. I'm going to have some discussion on this one before we get into any kind of accepting any kind of a motion. We have had communication from the department. They'd like to narrow this thing down. We've heard when we've been talking about special education aid that there are some states such as Denver that have a centralized school district, which helps those districts which do not have the staff or the personnel or the management systems in place to apply for that Medicaid monies. This is similar to what this program possibly could do, and I understand and I'm hearing this by hearsay, not directly from the individual, but the folks over at the department would like to have the opportunity to put this bill off to Friday so they could bring forth an amendment which would help them in trying to move in the direction of centralizing the support. I don't know what area they're looking for, but we've had that request. So that I'm adding that to discussion. Is there if we don't do that, then we're going to have to move forward and with a motion. Any discussion on that right now? So, yes, Representative Damon?
I think it would be appropriate to let DOE contribute their amendment and bring it back up on Friday for discussion.
Any further discussion? Do I have up or down from that from everybody? How many people here, just show of hands, please, if you're in favor of the department, working something out, of the Melissa White over there and bringing it back. And if there's nothing, we will go with a motion on Friday. Okay. Next one down is 1574, authorizing school districts to extend free and reduced lunch benefits for special education students. We've had some discussion of this bill, and we asked that an amendment be put together by Representative Popovich and Representative Weinstein. Representative Popovich is not here today, but I do believe you should have that amendment. If somebody doesn't have it, does everybody have a copy of that? It was provided. So there's no motion on the table. We're in discussion right now. So Representative Weinstein, you work with Popovich on this. Is there one of the things I think we need to discuss? We were talking about moving forward, but doing it in such a way that the eligibility, which was established when they were age 21, would continue, but the costing of the program would be the responsibility not of the federal program, but that of the local, and there'd be state dollars appropriated to make that difference up. I don't know how many kids we're talking about, but it seems like we now have an amendment which is adding on almost another whole page to try to make all this work. When in fact, I was hoping to do it in 2 sentences. Representative Weinstein.
Thank you. I agree. I was hoping to do it in 2 sentences as well. But we did reach out to Melissa White at the Department of Education, and she provided this language for the amendment, because it's not, you can't just continue the program. Unfortunately, it's not that easy. I thought that hopefully it would be, but it just doesn't work that way. So it's just establishing new criteria and a new system, a new method for people to apply using a different form, because they can't use the USDA form in the same process. So it's the same criteria, but just a different process.
Representative Spilsbury.
Can I ask a question of Representative Weinstein?
No, well, this is an exec session, so it can banter back and forth.
I believe that the department's concern about, and Melissa White's expressed this, was also not just that they couldn't use the form, but they couldn't use the employees. They couldn't use any aspect of their resources that were paid for by federal funds. So she was looking at possibly, new employees or a conundrum.
My understanding was a little bit different, and not that they couldn't use existing personnel, but that it would create a need for additional personnel because they would have to manage. So when I know that when I spoke with her after the hearing, because in the fiscal note, the original fiscal note, it calls for one employee. She said she would need at least half person.
Half person?
$80,000
roughly. Well, whatever's 100, not
In
that
theory.
modern math, but. Do you have more questions? Yeah. Go ahead, yes.
So,
I think these numbers are still uncertain, but if anybody has better information, please fill me in. We were hearing that there's 118 students in the total population that potentially could benefit from this. We heard that not all of those attend 180 days, so a subset, and not all would be free and reduced qualified. Again, a subset of a subset, and unqualified. It strikes me as being worthy, but a very small population to justify additional personnel.
My question is, they are eligible for the F&R program as established by the federal government while they're age 21. So the school knows who these people are. We have the numbers, 118. Then why do we have to have, is there an application process to go through this all again? It shouldn't be. It should just be a continuance of receiving it, only they're now 21 until they get 22 or at the end of that school year, they would continue to receive meals.
So my understanding, and again, I can't speak for the department, but my understanding is that they can't just continue it and that they would need to reapply using a different, and not just reapply, but reapply using a different system. So they can't even use the same form. So there would need to be a different system, but the eligibility, the criteria wouldn't change. It just needs.
Representative Bricky?
That was my understanding also from what the department said when we first heard this bill, is that actually once they turned 21, they had to go through the whole application process again. It couldn't be part of the federal program. That was what I understood.
Representative.
Can I just ask a question? So this is the state doing, okay, that's two questions?
Yeah.
So first of all,
Hey, if you have 3 questions, go for 3.
so the first question is, this is the state doing this, correct? This isn't a federal thing at all anymore.
Exactly.
Okay, why do we care about eligibility? Why can't we just give them the money?
School
The school districts. We know how many kids there are. We know what the cost is. Why can't we just give them the money?
I mean, I would think that we would want to have some guidelines established.
But the guidelines are, they're in the program, they're eligible.
I agree. And that was the intent.
I won't support this if we have to have, for any kind of personnel in the Department of Education
Yeah,
involved.
that's where I am too. And so we've got to work this thing down, folks, because we know who the kids are. We know who's eligible. We know what the remaining costs are going to approximate, so we can appropriate those dollars and just give it to the district. Representative Fellows.
So I agree with all of that, and I think the language needs to say something like, if a student was qualified prior to age turning 18, then.
At age 21.
21, well, 20, okay, if they were eligible or in the program at age 21, then the state will reimburse their cost for until they turn 22.
I think the words would be immediately prior to their 21st birthday.
Yeah, because
right.
they turn 22, that's when we kick in and start.
Well, whatever, just,
Right.
it
Till the end of the
doesn't
school
need, they don't even need to apply. So if they were on the list before, then we're gonna pick them up in this program.
That's what.
So,
Representative Spilsbury?
yes, I mean, Representative Earth expressed my position. We were all amenable to an amendment that would be more or less self-activating. We don't want bureaucracy, we don't want personnel. But we're simply trying to cover two things that are not currently covered. Those who are from their 21st birthday to their 22nd birthday, and those who are reaching their 22nd birthday in the middle of a school year. That's it. So I think it's right. We should just be able to pick some language that says those who are in this immediately prior to their 21st birthday shall continue at the cost of the state. And I would go back to the original bill and, condense that into a sentence.
Well, maybe two. Brian, you're from the department, kind of looking down here. And you're in the money business over at the department. He's coming, he's behind the pillar, you didn't see him.
No, can't see anybody over there.
Is that Rebecca back there?
Yes.
Okay. Brian, can you help us out? The thing is, we want to do something, but we don't want to create more of this.
Sure, I apologize. I wasn't entirely giving my full attention because I was, here for later in the day. I wasn't involved in the fiscal note for this bill. Could you give me a quick recap of exactly what the question is?
The question is, when we have a student that's got an IEP and they're starting the year in which they turn 22, but they start the year at 21 and they're eligible to receive the FNR program. They turn 22, let's say in November. We have also statutory language saying that you can stay in school until the end of that fiscal year, so until June 30th. So we want to be able then to support that child from when they go from 22 to the end of the year. And we don't want to have to create a program. We want to continue they were eligible at one point during that fiscal year. So they're already eligible. They've already gone through the guidelines. And now we just want to change the source of money from the feds to the state to reimburse the district for those 118 kids.
Can I just supplement what you said?
Yeah.
So I believe, again, that it's doing more than that. We're adding 1 year. Why? Because that's what the original bill proposes.
No.
I'm pretty sure that they're already covered through their 21st birthday.
Right.
The issue is that last.
Yes.
21.
Yeah, so it's from 21 on, right?
Yeah,
So
and that's in law right now. 20,
But not for-
22
but not for-
inclusive.
For free and reduced lunch. So they can, it's until they are 21, and then they are no longer eligible for the free and reduced program through the federal
After they turn 21.
after they turn 21. So it covers them from 21 to 22, and in some cases, yeah, right, this bill would cover them until 22, and in some cases, some students who stay in after their 22nd birthday.
So again, I want to crystallize that because we keep missing it. In lines 9 through 11 of the original bill, the purpose of the bill is to add 1 year. The incidental thing that we've caught is we also want that year not to get interrupted mid-school year. So we want it to carry over to the end of the school year. Those are two independent things, both of which, back to Mr. Eaton.
Yes.
I thought all along that the federal money covered through their 21st year, which means on their 22nd birthday, that money stopped. So it's on their 21st birthday, the money stops.
For the FNR program.
Correct.
That is right. So if it stops in November, how does the kid technically can still stay in school because inclusive of that year.
But it's after their 21st birthday, not the day before their 22nd birthday. I thought they had the whole year being 21.
No,
where they
no.
were funded. And once they turned 22.
When they
weren't.
turn 22 in that last
Okay.
year, they have to be 22, and then they can continue the year. We didn't want a student to have to be partway through that school year in that IEP program and drop it right there on November 10th.
21, 22.
Yeah, it's inclusive. 22 inclusive. Ref's name, Damon.
I just want to review what we have just concluded and hopefully make sure we're all on the same page, if I may. Because I perceive it as being different between what the statute is for your IEP versus what the federal meals program is for meals. So you're covered under your IEP until you turn 22 or the end of the academic year in which you turn 22. That's the education part. The federal meals program, if you qualify, will provide coverage for meals until you are 21 stop. So what this bill endeavors to do is to look at that year between the 21st birthday and the 22nd birthday when the student is still in school receiving educational services, and also endeavor to feed them if they income qualify. So that's, I think, where that's part A.
That's a year plus.
Well, that's a year, but then if you are that student who turned 22, say today, February 3rd, and you're going to stay in school until the end of the academic year receiving IEP services, the second part of this bill would be to also continue providing funds only now from the state for their meals to continue through the rest of the academic year. So it's that they would get education and they would get meal coverage until they are 22 or the end of the academic year in which they turned 22. So if you turn 22 in September, you stopped in June while you were still 21. There's no meals after that.
Well, actually, I don't now.
Oh dear, I'm so sorry.
Okay, let me ask the question the way, let me just rephrase the question. So are we proposing to pay them from the year that turned 21 to the year that turned 22 plus the additional part? Or does free and reduced already cover the 21 to 22 year? Okay,
The
so it's,
former of what you said is
okay, so a
correct. Free
year-
and reduced from the federal government stops at 21.
okay. So it's a year plus that the state is paying.
Could be.
It could be, depending on what
The max is the year plus from the state. Okay, I thought you said that the feds are picking up the first part. So it's at least a year.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, could we?
Meg has a.
I do.
Director for Debt and Special Education, can you explain in a nutshell the inclusive portion, how that works?
I just want to jump in. I don't have much to provide input for that, unfortunately. That sounds like it's more Melissa White and Kelly Rambo's in terms of the USDA National School Lunch Program. We're talking about adequacy. I can provide that information, but
But inclusiveness in special ed, that lady can explain it to us.
Tag. My turn.
Give it your best shot.
Good afternoon. So a few years ago, we changed the language to align with the IDEA language, and the language says inclusive of 21. So that means the entire time you are 21 up until your 22nd birthday. Some districts do choose to provide services, like some people have said, until the end of that school year when they're 22, but there is no federal requirement for that. There's no state requirement for that. So the inclusive is your entire 21st year and while you are 21.
Okay.
No. So that means the feds are paying for that 21st year for the free and reduced?
No, we changed our language to match theirs, and so ours also says inclusive of 21. So it's both, we are both, we do get federal funds for up to 22, yes. But not for free and reduced. No, not for free and reduced.
As
Not for free and
Representative
reduced.
Damon already put it, we're trying to get the free and reduced
Yeah, I don't know.
program to align with what we already did.
Yes.
Yes, is it possible that perhaps the language could read something that it is referencing the time frame of the IEP and anchoring the meals back to the actual language of how long the student has the IEP in effect for? Is that something that could be possible?
Oh. Yeah. Just another wrench in the whole thing here.
Well,
Actually, wouldn't that make it clear?
Yeah.
because I think it would then align with the student's needs academically.
Representative Weinstein?
So that is actually in the amendment, just so you know. So that part is, I think, the easy part. So that's line 26 of the amendment. So is 21 years of age, but continuing in their IEP program beyond the age of 21. So just to keep that as simple as possible. So that's just for the eligibility piece. The rest of that language in the amendment did come from Melissa White. I would love for it to be 2 sentences. I think that would be the ideal, but it was putting some processes in place to ensure that we weren't in conflict with USDA. That was my understanding of why we needed that language.
Is it?
Yeah, Representative Murray?
Is there a possibility to say that I think your intention, if I'm hearing correctly, is to direct the department to pay for those services once the USDA eligibility stops?
Yeah.
And then inclusive of the rest of their IEP?
Their school year.
Correct. So could it be something like that?
Conceptually, I think it could be. So we're trying to get it to align with the IEP, and so we could maybe incorporate by reference. I'd like to make a suggestion, Mr. Chair, that given the nature of the discussion, the intent to try and smooth it out, the fact that Representative Popovich Miller is not with us today, but will be on Friday, and we already have
He will not be here on Friday.
not. Okay, sorry. Well, in any event, I don't see that we're going to be we're not going to be advancing this today. So shall we roll it till Friday? And
Well, I think we also have to say, okay, we're not taking action, but what kind of action are we going to do in regard to that bill in terms of modifying this or keeping this the same? Representative Fellows and Representative McGuire?
So I have a suggestion. The state already pays a very small portion of the free and reduced meals, unless something's changed since I was in the department. And I think that this belongs in the same section that says the state is making that payment for free and reduced. And you can just add one sentence that would say something like, the Department of Education shall reimburse school districts through the general fund at the same reimbursement rate established by the United States Department of Education for free and reduced meals for those students who are age 21 and have an IEP.
Yeah.
Done.
Through the end of the year.
age 21
No,
and to the end.
age 21 through
No, we
the
wanna go-
entire time they're age, you want 22?
They
Oh,
want-
age 22.
8/21
Until they're
Or-
IEP.
until their IEP.
Yeah.
I think it should say, instead of an age, it should say until their IEP is no longer valid or whatever.
Does the IEP terminate?
Just their age.
The IEP terminates when the child graduates.
Graduates or at the end of the school year?
When they
Rebecca?
leave school.
Age 22, just, I think.
An IEP is renewed every 3 years, correct? So what happens at the end of that 3 years? Is that in the middle of the year or is it the end of the fiscal year? When is it?
Thank you for the question. The IEP is renewed every year, and the date of the IEP is determined by the date of the meeting that they have. An evaluation is done every 3 years. So for a student that would be graduating or completing and exiting, they may put an end date at the birth date, the day before the 22nd birthday, or they may put the date at the end of the school year. It depends on what the IEP team decides.
Well, that's what she dictated.
I think that's why they make sense.
I think what Representative Fellows is getting us on the right track.
Oh, yeah.
And if I think we could just clarify that latter part, I think we have an amendment.
Yeah, I don't know. Does it need
Well,
to?
hope you recorded what you said.
I wrote it down.
Well, we're on. We are being recorded, aren't
Okay,
we?
so I would suggest at this point in time, Representative McGuire?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm simply opposed to this bill altogether. It's such a tiny amount of money, and the administrative burden and so on is so great that I think it's not worth bothering about, right? Public schooling in New Hampshire is a $4 billion a year business. We're arguing about 100,000 plus. That's like 1/400th of 1% of the money. And we're talking about one student in this school and maybe two students in that school and no students in that school and so on. I think those schools that deal with those particular, one student's problems can solve those problems on their own. They don't need our help for absolutely every little tiny thing here. So I'm simply opposed to this.
So Representative Phillips, would you go ahead and put together some kind of amendment reflecting what you said and try and work with the department to make sure the latter part is suggesting what you want? Representative Damon.
There's a card.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would state that what some people think is a tiny amount of money is a very significant amount of money to others. This matters to these students and their families, and they will thrive more academically if their need for food is met. Additionally, it's a tiny amount of money, and yet we want to pass yet again down to a district that we're underfunding and say, you take care of this. I don't think it's a good system to take that approach, and I very much support the way that we are crafting this amendment, which will greatly diminish the administrative burden and achieve what we set out to achieve at the beginning.
So without any more discussion, I'm asking Representative Fellows to move forward with that amendment. We will take it up on Friday.
Chairman, Becky Wilson did give a pink card.
Oh, a pink card came in, sorry.
But I didn't know.
But we don't take pink cards in exec session.
Sorry, that's right. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah,
Sorry about that.
yeah. She's always there available for technical support. Representative Fellows, if you want to go talk with her, you're welcome to do so anytime you want. So I want to move on here.
Talk to who?
So, Chair, just to clarify, we're talking about a properly drafted OLS amendment that could be ready for motion on Friday.
That's right.
So-
And I don't want to have a $80,000 employee at the Department of Education.
So one of my questions is, this is has a very small cost. Do we need to, do we need, I think we don't need to, given this, do we need to
We're not going to
send it
worry
to
about that. We'll
finance?
let Mr. Erf here, when he gets in Division 2, to figure
Oh,
all that
okay.
stuff out.
Okay, thanks.
We're gonna wait this out.
Thank you.
Wave it off. It's under 10 grand, right?
Yeah, that was theoretical.
That's right.
So
Yeah.
all you do, and the department will include it in the next budget,
Yeah, that's,
in the next budget cycle.
yeah,
It
Yeah.
will take effect
yeah.
until.
You get that, Sally? Yes.
Tell me again.
When's it effective?
When are we making it effective?
Can you turn on your microphone?
When are we making it effective? For the next school year or for the one after that?
Oh, effective, okay.
July 27th, so for the next budget cycle.
July
Yeah.
1st.
July 1st, 2027.
That's 26, 27 school year.
Yeah.
No, 27.
27, 28.
Well, line 18 in the original bill, 19, it says 26, 27 school year, but that's right now, just about.
Well, the problem with 26, 27 is the department can say, we don't have the money in the budget.
It's not there now.
Whereas if we say 27, it's taking July. Right.
July 1,
And then they can put it into their
yes.
budget.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much. With all that, I lost my sheet of what's the next bill or the last, or here it is. 1791. This bill is directing the Department of Education to establish a grant program at the post-secondary education level for individuals with developmental disabilities and making an appropriation therefore. I look to Representative McGuire for a motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move inexpedient to legislate.
Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, I wonder if I could call for a caucus.
Okay, we can have a caucus, yes.
Thank you.
So we're going to caucus in this room. So to our public, adios.
We were over in downtown Concord, I could find it.
what I'm going to do right here, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to ask Representative Cobalt to pull back his motion. Who made it? McGuire?
So done.
And so we do not have a motion on the table. What I am going to do is, a number of folks haven't really had a time to read this amendment, and we want to take some time for that. So what I'm going to do is we're not going to take any action at all on this bill today. Take the amendment home, look it over, ask questions, come back ready to take action on this thing on Friday.
And where is it?
The meeting on Friday?
No, the amendment.
It was just passed around. That's why people haven't had a chance to really read it. And so it's.
And could you
4-4
email it to us?
Pardon me?
Could Representative Burton email us the amendment, the PDF?
Well, I had.
Is Jennifer, she's not there.
She's not there.
Yeah, Jen can do that.
I will go down the hallway and talk to Jen and say, mail this out.
She has it, and then she sent it to me
Yeah.
and so forth.
And I'd like to have these things mailed to us in a Word document and a PDF file. That way you can, my machine accepts it. So at any rate, so what we're going to do is we're not taking any action. There's not going to be any more discussion on this bill right now. We have nothing else in the docket today, so I'm adjourning this executive committee meeting. And we will come back and take action on the bills which are noted. And please look at the bottom line. We can capture any other any other bills that we've previously discussed, and we will be doing so. So on Friday and on Tuesday, be prepared to discuss, act on any bill that we've had. So with that, we're adjourned. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.